Good morning, everybody. Today's evidence will be transmitted over the live link, save for a private session towards the end of the day. It will be transmitted after a 15-minute delay. Those with mobile telephones may use them to report what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 15 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for recording or photography. Yes.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Please sit down. Yes.
Can you please confirm your full name for the record?
Linda Holden.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to assist the inquiry with your evidence today. You have provided one signed witness statement to the inquiry. And could we please have the first statement up on the screen? Thank you. This consists of 16 pages, and it's signed on the last page and is dated the 12th of June 2025. Is that your statement?
It is.
And are the contents of that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. That puts the whole of your witness statement into evidence. Now, I just want to begin with a bit of signposting. Your statement addresses, in the main, an overview of your career within the Metropolitan Police Service, before giving a more detailed account of your role as a family liaison officer to the Lawrence family between the 23rd of April 1993 and the 6th of May 1993. And I'm going to ask you questions related to the following. First, how you came to be appointed as a family liaison officer. Second, your role as a family liaison officer and the process of record keeping. And third, any further insights that you can provide into HN43, Peter Francis's account, that whilst he was in the SDS back office, he was given the task of going through the notes and reports of other officers and trying to find the names on a list provided to him by HN86. It was a list of names he was told came from the family liaison officers at the home of Doreen and Neville Lawrence, who recorded all the visitors to the house. So starting with the first of those topics, can I please give you a moment to reread paragraph 2 of your statement at UCPI 5038585. And if you could let me know when you've read it.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Thank you. What in broad terms did being a surveillance instructor entail?
I was attached to a unit called, it was a C11 Criminal Investigation Department at New Scotland Yard, and my role was to teach newcomers the role of being surveillance officers, where you would teach them how to work covertly with specialist departments, and that was either in vehicles or on foot.
Thank you. And what insight, if any, did that give you into the MPS's undercover policing capabilities as carried out by the SDS?
I didn't have anything to do with the SIDS.
And what relevance would your background in surveillance have had to your appointment to a murder investigation?
I was just seconded to a murder inquiry. It was not because I was a surveillance officer.
And would your experience in surveillance have had any impact on the type of information that you might have regarded as relevant to the Metropolitan Police Service?
No, not at the time on the inquiry, no.
And did you put your surveillance experience to any particular use in the murder investigation of Stephen Lawrence?
Yes, I did on one occasion. I was used on a covert operation, but that was all.
Was that during the murder investigation?
Yes, it was.
Can you help us with what that covert operation was?
That was to follow one of the suspects.
Thank you. Now, you recount at pages 2 to 3, paragraphs 2 and 3 of your statement, that you joined the Stephen Lawrence murder investigation on the 23rd of April 1993, and that you and HN1386 Detective Sergeant John Bevan were appointed as family liaison officers by the Senior Investigating Officer, HN1513 Detective Superintendent Ian Crampton.
Yes.
Now, you've already addressed this to some degree, but I want to be absolutely clear. Do you think your background in intelligence or in surveillance played any role in your appointment as a family liaison officer?
No, it's completely different.
There's a slight difference between what DS Bevan says and what you say in relation to how you were appointed. You say that you were both appointed and he says that he volunteered. Is there any significance of whether he volunteered or was appointed?
I can't remember at the time, but we were both together when we were appointed to be the family liaison officers.
Do you recall a PC Fisher having played any role in family liaison?
I think he came to the house on a couple of occasions, but I can't really remember, no.
Now, I want to move into your role as a family liaison officer and the process of record keeping. And I want to start by asking, what did you consider your role as family liaison officer entailed?
My role as a family liaison officer was to meet with the family of the deceased and to offer them any thing that they needed from us, to update them at all times with the inquiry, how the inquiry was progressing, and we were their point of call if they needed anything, and really to assist them through the tragic circumstances.
Was it, in your experience, common or unusual for a family liaison officer to record those present at the address of a murder victim?
It was only just really to inform the inquiry team of what our engagement was and who was there at the time, but it was not specifically to go in and record names or anything.
And what would be the purpose of feeding that back to the murder investigation team?
It was just to say who was at the premises at the time, but it was just to whether they were relatives or not. That was all it was.
And was that the approach you took to other families?
Yes.
I now want to move on to what you did when you had that information. So you mentioned this at 3C, subparagraph 4 of your statement, that you believe you were required to update the incident room and or senior officers on relevant information regarding the family. And you consider that that included the names of those present at the family home. This was for information purposes only. Were those updates sometimes done orally?
No, I would put it onto an action sheet, and everything I did with the family, I would put it back into the incident room.
Would you expect there to be a written record of every single person that you recorded?
If I had taken those names at the time, yes.
Would you accept that there would occasionally have been oral conversations which may have included transmission of those names?
Yes.
And was this your understanding not only when dealing with the Lawrence family, but also when engaging with Dwayne Brooks?
I only met Dwayne Brooks on a couple of occasions. I wasn't the main family liaison officer for Dwayne Brooks.
But if there had been others around Dwayne Brooks, would you have felt it part of your responsibility to report back who they were?
If it was necessary, but I didn't really deal with him, so no, I can't say.
And are you able to give any insight into what individuals within the murder investigation did with any information that you passed on to them about the individuals around the Lawrence family?
All the information that I took back to the incident room would be dealt with by the senior officers, and they would decide further steps with it.
Yes. And are you able to give any insight into whether that information could have been transmitted further orally or in writing?
I can't say, I don't know.
And are you able to give any insight on whether that information would have been likely transmitted to Special Branch?
I've got no idea, I can't say.
Now, I just want to explore a little bit further your understanding of the role as a family liaison officer. So I want to start with the murder investigation, how you saw your role. You've previously agreed that the circumstances of the murder were such that there was never suspicion over the family. Do you still agree with that?
I do indeed.
And do you agree that Dwayne Brooks was a random innocent victim, as John Bevan put it?
Yes, yes.
Was there any reason for the murder investigation to delve into the background of Dwayne Brooks or the Lawrence family?
I can't answer that one because I was not part of the decisions made, no.
And did you consider that your role included gathering intelligence from the family?
I didn't gather any intelligence from the family.
And was there, in your view, any murder investigation purpose in politically profiling people who came to console or support the Lawrence family?
No.
And do you have any view of Mr. Bevan's comment that he would have commented in regular meetings about different factions trying to make a political point when he came back from meetings with the family?
I can't answer for Mr. Bevan.
But can you help me with why, well, first of all, do you accept that at the murder investigation meetings there would have been discussion of the atmosphere at the Lawrence home, whether there were any political factions trying to make a point?
Yes, yes.
And why would that have been discussed?
It would have only have been who had been at the premises at the time, at the house. That would have been all.
Now, I think you say you sometimes attended the Lawrence family home with Mr. Bevan and sometimes alone. When you attended, you would make a record of those present at the address, and then you would put it onto the action sheets.
Yes.
Do you recall whether you made a note whilst you were at the home itself?
I think if they on the first day, the Saturday, I think I took some names of the political parties that were there, but other than that, no, I didn't.
But would you have written that down at the family home or when you got back from the
Oh,
family?
when I got back.
So it would have been done from memory, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Did anyone direct you or suggest that you should write that onto an action sheet?
No, I would just let everybody know what I had done, what I had been tasked as family liaison officer, to let everybody know what my dealings were for that day or subsequently.
And would those names that you obtained on the 24th of April or otherwise always have made their way onto an action sheet?
I didn't take any names on the Friday.
Which is the 23rd.
Sorry, I didn't take any names on the 23rd, which is the Friday, but the names were only of the political parties there, no other names.
And do you recall D.S. Bevan writing anything down?
No.
Why do you think he did not write anything down?
I think probably because he knew I would write it down, so because we were together, so it didn't need for both of us.
And that's why his practice was different to yours?
Yes.
So when he visited alone, you would have expected him to keep a note?
Yes.
D.S. Bevan notes that he thought it was important to relay information to the rest of the team if the family had been hijacked by different factions trying to make a political point. Did you agree with that outlook?
So I say I can't answer for D.S. Bevan.
No, I understand that, but did you agree with that outlook? Was it an outlook you shared?
No, because I can't recall that. I can't even recall him saying that.
Do you agree now with the proposition that it would be important to relay information to the rest of the team if the family had been hijacked by different factions trying to make a political point?
If that was the reason, then yes, I would have told the inquiry team. But at the time, no.
Why would you have told the inquiry team?
Pardon?
Why would you have told the inquiry team?
If the family were being interfered with by outside agencies, then it would be important that the inquiry team knew what was happening with the family.
And why would that be important?
Obviously for the inquiry, and it would be for the senior officers to make decisions as such.
But I think you agreed with me that it wouldn't be relevant to the murder investigation itself. Was there other purposes or?
Not as far as I know, no.
I just want to understand then the process for submitting actions. So I think, as I understand it, you'd go to the family home, you'd come back, and then you'd submit your triplicate action sheet into an in-tray, and then the office manager would review it and decide on any actions, and then the front sheet would be filed. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you help me just understand what happened to the 3 sheets? Why there were 3?
They would obviously they would be put into the inquiry office, and it would be up to the detective sergeant, who was in the office manager, who would disseminate the information. And obviously you would have my sheet, which would be the original, and then he would check the others, and then one sheet would go for the indexing.
So one sheet would go to index. So the top sheet would be the one that you filled in writing.
Yes.
And then there'd be 2 copy sheets, if you like.
Yes.
One of which would go to Holmes for indexing.
Yes.
And the other one which would go further if there were further actions.
Yes.
I understand. Thank you. And can you help me just a little bit with how the Holmes system operated? Do you know if the notes were typed or scanned?
I didn't have any dealings with the homes, but from my recollection, they would type it. I don't know whether they scanned or not. I think they typed it.
Thank you. But it was a computer system?
Yes.
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 Now, am I correct that actions could partially arise from those action sheets, but they could also arise from the oral murder investigation meetings?
Yes.
And if it arose from one of those oral meetings, that would also be logged on the Holmes system in typed form?
Yes.
Thank you. Presumably it's possible that there would have been some activity discussed at those oral meetings that didn't make its way onto the Holmes system because there was no need for a formal action.
Yes, we would just have a meeting, and then obviously there would be a note taker, which would have been the office manager, and then they would make decisions as to what further action should be taken.
Thank you. And I just want to understand what happened at those daily office meetings in a bit more detail. So, as I understand it, some information would be conveyed orally without being put into an action or update sheet.
Yes.
And then the office manager or the senior investigating officer would make a decision as to any actions arising, and then the most appropriate senior officer would raise the action.
Yeah.
I understand from your statement that the regular murder investigation team meetings were attended by about 10 to 20 people. Is that right?
Yes.
And as such, the information of those present at the Lawrence family home, when shared, would generally be shared with a wide pool of officers. Is that right?
Yes.
And I understand that at the meetings, you and Mr. Bevan would feedback any information provided by the family or others present at the family home. And I know, at least in relation to the 24th of April, that may have included notable groups or names attending that you became aware of.
Yes.
And I think earlier I took you to Mr. Bevan's comment that if groups were thought to be hijacking the Lawrence family, that would be important information. In general, would these be relatively open meetings where you discuss the daily updates?
They were all open meetings, unless the senior officers were having their own meetings.
And are you able to help me with this? Would it, as a matter of course, included updates on notable groups or names that had attended the Lawrence family home?
I only took the names on the Saturday. I didn't take any other names.
Presumably, or let me put it this way, would you have become aware of other names throughout the course of your involvement with the Lawrence family without asking?
Not really, unless they volunteered to give me any names, but no.
And if those names were volunteered, is it likely that you would have discussed them at the office meetings?
I would have said, if they'd mentioned any names, I would have said.
Thank you. Now, I want to take you now to some documents that go to the practice and try to piece together what happened back in 1993. And I want to begin by understanding your interactions with PC Alan Fisher. I asked about this briefly earlier, but do you recall him in detail?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what his role was within the murder investigation?
Not really offhand, no.
Then please can I take you to UCPI 0000038390.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I'm just going to take you through some parts of that statement of Alan Fisher, just so I can understand and see if that helps you. So page 1, first of all, interested in the bottom third, lines sort of 9 to 11. And that says that in November 1990, Chief Superintendent John Philpott advertised for officers to apply for a position of Divisional Racial Incidents Officer. I applied for this post and was successfully appointed. So he was appointed as Divisional Racist Incidents Officer some 2 years before Stephen Lawrence was murdered on the 22nd of April 1993.
Yes, I can see that, yes.
Thank you. And I want to go to page 2 now. Four to 6 lines up from the bottom.
Yes.
And what he says there, the sort of second half of that paragraph, is that he was introduced to a number of independent agencies, and that the main agency in his division was the Greenwich Action Committee Against Racist Attacks.
Yes.
Do you recall being aware of that committee?
Not until he said no.
And when did he say it? Do you mean now that you're reading it?
Only from the incident room.
So you have no view about
No,
them?
no.
And if we can go over to page 3, please. 10 lines up from the bottom. So that records that in April 1993 he was still a police constable working out of the Racial Incidents Office at Plumstead Police Station.
Yes.
Do you recall being aware of that?
Only briefly from when he came, that was all.
And it goes on to say that on the 23rd of April 1993, the day after Stephen Lawrence was murdered, PC Fisher was informed what had happened and attended the Lawrence family home together with DAI Janes.
Only from what I'm reading now.
Yes. But you'll see there, 2 lines on the bottom, he can't remember the time that we arrived, but what I do remember is meeting privacy of Gakara at the front door of the house.
I see that, yes.
Thank you. And if we can go over the page, please. He recalls being introduced to Mr. And Mrs. Lawrence.
Yes.
And then he recalls being told that he would work with Mr. Bevan as family liaison. That's about the middle of the page. During the course of that day.
Oh, yes, I see it, yes.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to ask 2 questions. First, would you agree that the MPS had local awareness of some groups around the Lawrence family from at least the 23rd of April 1993?
Only from what I'm seeing now, yeah.
Thank you. And do you recall any discussions about that?
No.
Seeing that now and the reference to family liaison, can you give any insight into PC Fisher's role as he understands it from that statement?
As far as I'm aware, it was myself and DS Bevan were the only family liaison officers.
Thank you. Now I want to go on to page 5, lines 4 to 5. And just the second sentence, I recall seeing the Lawrence family on a number of occasions with DS Bevan at their home. I think earlier you said you recalled him visiting the Lawrence family on 1 or 2 occasions. But does this trigger your memory? Do you recall him attending the Lawrence family on a number of occasions with DS Bevan?
No, I can't, no.
I now want to take you to a second statement of PC Fisher. This is from 2014. The one you were just looking at was from 1997. And that's MPS-0721953. And I want to start at page 3, the final paragraph. Thank you. Just bear with me a second.
That's page 2.
That would explain the challenge. Page 3, please. Now, he says there, I later received... Can we just go up just to make sure that is page 3, please? That's at the top, page 3 of 5, thank you. So I'm just going to read there. I later received a call via mobile telephone from a female officer at SB. This, I believe, was a short time after my return, but more important, after a large public disorder in Welling, what I believe was in May of 1993. Now, we know that Mr. Fisher played a role in liaising with Special Branch to run some checks of suspects. But I just want to ask you 2 questions about this paragraph. So, first of all, does it surprise you that Special Branch made contact with Mr. Fisher by telephone, or would you regard that as routine?
I've got no idea, I can't answer that.
Okay, and I want to go to page 4 now, lines 2 to 4. You just zoom in at the top, please. Yeah, he says, I was unaware of any intelligence or information from either the family to Special Branch or vice versa. And he says, I have been further asked if I'm aware of the family liaison officers providing similar information or intelligence to either the incident room or Special Branch. Again, I am not. Does that record with your recollection?
I didn't deal with Special Branch, and I certainly didn't give any information or intelligence to them at all.
Thank you. I now want to return to PC Fisher's 1997 statement, which addressed activity in the murder investigation of 24th of April. So that's UCPI 50-38390. And it's page 4, lines 17 to 19 that I'm interested in. Thank you. So he now talks about Friday the 23rd of April and then goes on to say, the following day, Saturday the 24th of April 1993, I recall being on duty with DS Bevan and DC Holden at Eltham Police Station. Arrangements had been made to meet some members of the Lawrence family at Greenwich Mortuary for a viewing of Stephen's body. We went to the mortuary and I recall seeing Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence and other members of the family. I remained outside the mortuary whilst DS Bevan and DC Holden went in with the Lawrences.
Yes.
Now, Baroness Lawrence has given evidence that she was still in complete shock and deeply distraught that weekend. Was that apparent to you?
Absolutely.
Now, you give evidence in your statement that you recall the African National Congress and Anti-Racist Alliance attending the Lawrence family home on the 24th of April 1993. And you only recall obtaining a limited number of names after Mrs. Lawrence objected.
That's correct.
Yeah. Specifically, I think you recall obtaining the names of the sister of Mrs. Lawrence, Imran Khan, one female member of either the African National Congress or Anti-Racist Alliance, and MP Miss Ho. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you just help me? Why did you ask about the names?
Well, I felt as my role as family liaison officer when dealing with tragic circumstances, like anything, sometimes families or relatives don't always want other people to know what is going on. And it was only really to just establish whether they were relatives or outsiders, whether they wanted us to continue speaking in front of these people that were in the house at the time. And that's all it was for.
And how did Baroness Lawrence respond to those questions?
On the Saturday, quite understandably, I mean, she was completely distraught. I mean, her son had been murdered, and obviously there were a lot of people in the house, and I think she was concerned of wanting, whoever had done this to be brought to justice, so really she didn't really say a lot on the Saturday.
Did you consider that the details of those individuals were useful for the murder investigation?
It was only, as I said, I was more interested in making sure that the family were not upset if we were giving information, what would be happening with the inquiry, to some people that shouldn't know. That's all.
Do you recall passing the details of those individuals back to the murder investigation?
Yes, I did. I put them on an action sheet.
Why did you do that?
It was only because, obviously, recording everything that I had done with the family, which is a matter of course that you would do, to let the information, the incident room, and all the officers and the senior officers know what you had been doing or who you'd been met.
Baroness Lawrence objected to being asked for details about the people at her home. Do you agree that that was insensitive and intrusive from the family's perspective?
At the time, no. On the Saturday, she didn't object. It was later on that she didn't want us to take any details of anybody, which we didn't.
Am I right then that you continued to take details after the 24th of April?
No, I didn't. Not any names.
Why did you stop after the 24th
Basically, because we had been asked not to take any names, so I didn't.
Who told you not to take
That was from Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence.
On the 24th of April?
It was after the 24th of April.
Do you remember when it was?
It was probably could well have been a couple of days later.
But until that point, you would have continued taking names. Is that my understanding?
Not necessarily. If there were people in there that they had said were their relatives or whatever, you wouldn't have done. You wouldn't have taken any names.
What was the threshold for taking the name in your mind?
It was, as I've said, it was only just to advise the incident room of people that were not relatives of the family. That was all.
Baroness Lawrence, in her statement, says that the family agent officers became suspicious, asked repeatedly about the people in our home, as though they were trying to find the person responsible for my son's death amongst my own family and friends. That felt appalling. At the time when I was experiencing the worst trauma in my life, their priority seemed to be surveillance rather than support. Do you accept, in view of that there was a risk, even in the first days, that the MPS was treating the family's grief, supporters and anti-racist campaign activity as matters to be monitored or managed?
No, I didn't.
In your mind, were public order issues a matter that concerned the murder investigation?
I had nothing to do with public order matters.
I now want to turn to exploring your view on a number of records relating to the murder investigation. If we could start with MPS 0749975, which is marked M116. Now, this is not dated, but I will in a moment take you to message 128, and that message 128 is dated the 24th of April 1993. Did you understand messages of this nature? You can see the message number at the top right of the page, M116. Yes. Do you understand messages to be sequential, with the earliest number being the earliest in time?
Yes, yeah.
So this message must then predate or be on the 24th of April 1993?
Possibly.
Now, if you look at the bottom, you see the person receiving/sending as being PC Fisher. Do you see that, bottom left?
Yes.
And if we could just go to the main text itself. It says there will be a picket at Bexley Heath Council civic officers on Wednesday, 28/04/93, no time known at present. A member of the Anti-Nazi Alliance states that Mr. Neville Lawrence, father of victim, will be asked to attend and hand in a letter calling for the BMP shop to be closed down. SA12 informed. Does it seem to you that that came from Mr. Fisher in that he informed SA12?
I can only go with what's on there. I had nothing to do with anything like that.
Are you able to say whether that information came from you?
That did not come from me.
Forgive me, there is a date on the top.
Yes. The dates, sir, don't correspond with the date of the actual message itself. The date is 03/02/2003.
Yes.
But it, of course, is referring to a picket on Wednesday, 28/04/93.
Is there an explanation for the fact that the date is...
My understanding is it's the way that the
years later.
Operation Fishpool database is logged. As we heard earlier, actions were taken on action sheets, typed up, resulted in actions were typed up by Holmes and then kept on the Holmes system.
Right.
But in terms of what's been extractable from the system as it now stands, this is what we have received. In your view, is there any relevance of this to the murder investigation?
I can't answer. It was nothing to do with me, so I can't answer that.
Were you aware that PC Fisher was in correspondence with SA12?
No.
Thank you. I now want to take you to MPS 0749758. Second page, thank you. So we can see here, this is a handwritten note. At the top left, there's your name. At the bottom right, it says offer, sir, and receiving a struck through. So it says sending DS Holden.
Yes.
And if we zoom in at what you say in that message, and this is dated the 24th of April 93. Whilst at the scene with victims' parents, Mr. Lawrence informed me that he intends to hold a route march from his home address to the scene and to a place where he fell. At this stage, he cannot say how many people will be at the march or when it is due to take place. I will endeavour to obtain this information when I next speak to him, which will be AM on the 25th of April 1993. Now, a corresponding action is available at page 3 of that document. So if we go to page 3. Sorry, it's, the corresponding action is MPS 0749759. So if we could go to that, please. Page 3. And what it says is, I spoke to Mr. Lawrence, and he informed me that him and his family, relatives and friends would be holding a torchlit vigil at the scene of where Stephen was murdered on Thursday, the 29th of April 1993. You say this took place at 7 p.m. on the 29th of April 93. The event was policed by uniform officers from Plumstead Police Station. I attended the vigil with DS Bevan. There were approx 100 or so, including the family. There were no untoward incidents.
That's correct.
What did you consider your role was in respect to family liaison when it came to this torchlight vigil?
We just went along to support the family. They were holding the torchlight vigil, and we were just going along to support the family. That's all we were doing.
And why did you consider recording that fell within your duties?
Because obviously Mr. Lawrence had told us that this was going to happen, and it was just to let the incident room know that we had gone along, and the event was policed by the uniformed officers, and how many people went, that was all. It was just for information purposes only.
Did you receive any feedback about that information?
No.
And did you have any view as to what use you expected to be made of the information?
It was just put into the information room, and it was just really for information purposes. Part of our inquiry and part of our role is just let them know that what we had been doing.
Do you think there would have been any interest in passing on as public order intelligence?
I've got no idea. I mean, DS Bevan and I went along. Our role that was not to go in looking for untoward incidents at all, or even discussing with anybody who they were or who they weren't.
Now, there's no indication that this was passed on to Special Branch, but would you have expected them to be informed of something like this?
I've got no idea.
And do you have any recollection of whether you felt that tensions were building or there were any public order issues at this time?
Not that evening, no.
Thank you. I now want to move on to MPS 07449 745. Now, what this is a meeting note of the murder investigation meetings on the 27th of April at 5 p.m. And you can see there, there's Linda referred to. Do you think that was referring to you?
That is me, yes.
Yeah. And you can see there that you give an update into relation to how Mrs. Lawrence is feeling.
Yes, that's
she
correct.
feels that Dwayne is being persecuted. and Mr. Lawrence expressing a request that the police update him every day.
Yes.
Towards the end, you can see the senior investigating officer next. And if you see the last entry, rumours are rife that marches are planned for this week, but nothing concrete. You see that?
Yes.
From your perspective, what was the relevance of marches being planned for the purposes of the murder investigation?
I had nothing to do with that. That would have come from the senior officers, so I can't answer that.
Do you have any recollection whether it would have been helpful for the murder investigation team to know whether marches were being planned at the time?
Well, that would have come from the senior officers. That wouldn't have come from us.
So you have no view on whether it would have been helpful or not?
No.
Thank you. If I could take you then to MPS 0749746. Now this again is another office meeting. This one was on the 28th of April 1993. And there's DC Holden referred to at the bottom of that page. If we could just bring up DC Holden, it's the last 3 paragraphs. Thank you. And it says there, Councillor Morse, Rose Howells with family, all outside agencies.
Yes.
Family do not want to be contacted in the next couple of days unless there are any developments, cannot speak to the family unless there is someone there. And if we could go over the page, please. So you'll see on the top right there, there's the meeting continued. There's then reference to Dwayne Brooks to be seen at 12:30 p.m. dash Ray Brooks, brackets father, close bracket sensible. See that?
Yes.
Yeah. Reference to Neville Lawrence, brackets father, sensible. You see that?
Yes.
And then you go on to mention a meeting at 2 p.m. at Town Hall, Youth Against Racism. Lawrence has refused to attend. Family told victim support they do not need their help. Tomorrow family gathering 6:30 p.m. Well Hall Road.
Yes.
Now, first, do you agree that that's an example of how you may have continued to report back names of those around the Lawrence family after the 24th of April 1993? The
Sorry,
reference
can
to
you
Councillor...
repeat the question?
Is that an example of how you may have continued to report back names of those around the Lawrence family after the 24th of April 1993?
We would have, any information that came in, we would have just reported it and it would have been written up. That's actually not my writing, so I didn't do that.
Well, it's typed.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
You didn't report that information back?
No.
Okay, well, if we just go back to the previous page, you see there's reference there to DC Holden and then
Yes.
dash,
Yeah.
and then it goes over the page, continues from you, and then it says DC Doll.
Yeah.
So, do you say that on your reading that's not referring to your commentary?
No. I mean, the bit that refers to me is I did speak to the family about the victim support scheme, and they said that they did not want their help. But that could have been myself and John Bevan, but certainly I didn't put that in.
So, is your view that this note is wrong, or do you think the note's saying something else than I'm putting to you?
I can't answer that, but certainly I haven't written that.
Well, I understand you didn't. But by written it, do you mean you didn't say that?
No, only the bit about the family told victim support. That's all.
So let me just break this down. By you didn't write it, you mean you didn't put it on an action sheet?
No, I didn't. No.
Okay. We know from your earlier evidence, as I understood it, that there were oral conversations at these office
Yes.
meetings, and this is a record of that meeting.
Yes.
Are you saying you can't recall sharing this information?
No.
Orally?
No.
And is it possible that this note is right and you just can't remember?
That could be right, yes.
So are you able to say definitively that that is not something you said?
I can say I didn't say that. I can tell you about the victim support, but the above, no, I can't remember that.
Why do you feel confident that you can say you didn't say that?
Because of the, as I say, I only met Dwayne Brooks twice. DS Bevan dealt with him, so it could have come from DS Bevan.
Do you have any view on whether that was relevant to the murder investigation?
It would only be the information because Dwayne was a witness and he was with Stephen at the time.
Do you think there was any relevance to describing that Ray Brooks and Neville Lawrence were sensible?
I wouldn't have written something like that.
Do you recall conversations of that nature about who was sensible and not sensible taking place at murder investigation meetings?
No, because that's not something I would do.
Do you think any of the other 10 to 20 officers at the murder investigation meetings might have discussed things of that nature?
I've got no idea.
Thank you. If we could then go to UCPI 5038245. Now, this is a decision officer making the decision. Was a senior investigating officer who at that point was Detective Superintendent Whedon. It says date of decision 2804, but we can deduce from its location that was in 1993. And what it says, it's a policy decision to ensure that victim liaison is focused primarily on the Lawrences and families and not diluted, in effect, by various intermediaries who have now claimed to represent the family.
Yes.
And the reasons given are to ensure that proper information support is directed to the family or families to avoid confusion.
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether you thought intermediaries were claiming to represent the Lawrences at that point?
No, I don't.
Do you recall having any view on whether that was diluting family liaison?
No.
Did you have concerns that the Lawrence family was being improperly influenced by intermediaries?
No, I didn't.
Do you know if others in the murder investigation had such concerns?
I don't know.
Do you think that if there had been those concerns, it might have prompted someone to find out who those intermediaries were?
Absolutely, yes.
And do you recall what impact this policy decision had on your role as a family liaison officer?
Obviously, if we were directed by the senior officers to find out if there were any interfering intermediaries, we would inform the incident room immediately.
And can you just help me with why you would inform them? We've spoken about it at some length today, and I think you've said it's for information purposes. But do you have any view as to what use it would have fulfilled? Can you give any examples?
Only from the action that I'm reading, obviously, as it says at the bottom, to avoid confusion and to ensure that proper information support is direct for the family and immediate family. But obviously, if there were anybody that was interfering, it would be important that the senior officers knew that there were outside agencies interfering with the family.
Thank you. I want to take you to two more actions, which are a little bit harder to timestamp, but they are likely to have been significantly before August 1993. The first one is MPS 0749972. It's marked M221, has an unclear original date, but PC Fisher is again at the bottom, named as the person receiving or sending. And what the message states is that Royal Patel member Anti-Nazi League states that they are arranging for march from Plumstead to Bexley Heath. The starting point route is not known, but the victim's family will no doubt be contacted by the ANL and invited to attend. SB informed and Chief Superintendent Philpott, RA, informed. Now, Baroness Lawrence confirms in her statement that the Anti-Nazi League, who she understands to be part of the Socialist Workers' Party, were involved in the Stephen Lawrence campaign and attended the Lawrence family home on Saturday following the murder, so the 24th of April. Are you able to say whether this information came from you?
No, I never heard of the Anti-Nazi League.
Thank you. Does the fact that Chief Superintendent Philpott was informed suggest that it didn't come from the murder investigation?
I can't answer that.
Thank you. If we could please go to MPS-0749971. This is marked M253. It's officer's information, has an unclear date. Again, it's, as you can see at the top, message from or to PC Alan Fisher. And it records Renews team, and Mark Wadsworth was employed in current affairs at Thames TV, now believed employed for Carlton or freelance. He is an active member of the Anti-Racist Alliance. Now, Mark Wadsworth is noted by Baroness Lawrence as having attended the Lawrence family home on Sunday the 25th of April 1993. First of all, do you think that information came from you?
It did not come from me,
How can you be definitive?
because I didn't go to the family home on the Sunday.
Thank you. Do you have any view or comment on why the information would be recorded?
It didn't come from me, so I can't answer that.
Thank you. Just want to ask you a few questions in view of these records. Do you understand why Baroness Lawrence takes the view that you and DS Bevan were using your visits to collect names, observe who was present and gather information?
That's totally incorrect.
And can you understand why she feels that the focus of the police was not on finding my son's killers, it was spying on us?
No, it's totally incorrect.
What do you consider your role to have been after the 6th of May 1993, when Mr. Ilsley took over family liaison?
We were still employed as family liaison officers, but only used very sparingly if Mr. Ilsley wanted us to deal with something.
Thank you. So when DS Bevan says that he considers your role as family liaison officers ended at that point, there's no difference between your evidence. You'd agree that that's accurate?
Yes, yeah.
Would it surprise you if messages and office meeting minutes continued to make references to marches, protests or individual activist names after the 6th of May 1993?
If they were put into the system, then whoever, but I certainly didn't put any in.
Yeah. Would you be surprised if they did make their way onto the system?
I can't answer that, no.
Well, I can take you to a few examples of them. I think if we perhaps go to MPS 0749970, which is marked M574. Now, this is a phone-in record. What it says there is, I have been given a leaflet from Court Officer, London Borough of Greenwich. This leaflet is encouraging people to picket Bexley Council today at 18:30, also to picket Thames Court on 3rd of August 93 and 4th of August 93, RE committal proceedings in the Stephen Lawrence case. This leaflet appears to be on behalf of the Stephen Lawrence campaign appeal. I will be liaising with court staff re security. However, if you have any ideas on number of people likely to attend, could you please let me know? Raise action to inform 2 area ops, re Thames Court, and also a special branch. So this is information coming from a court or court staff asking about information of numbers. It's in the Operation Fishpool messages. Are you able to give any insight into why that would have made its way to the murder
No,
investigation?
because I had nothing to do with it.
Do you have any view on what the murder investigation would have done with that information?
Obviously, if it was information, then it would have gone into the system, but it would have been dealt with by the senior officers, not from myself.
And if we then go to MPS 0749749, now you'll see there a meeting Monday 13th September at 83. I think 83 is a typo, it should say 93. And if we could go on to page 2, please, so over the page. And if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 6th entry, DI dash mentions vigil and evening procession.
Yes.
And if we look at the penultimate paragraph, SIO outline meeting with Lawrence family, 2 hours useful, drawing up list of questions, other groups trying to hijack the vigil today, commissioner to meet Bottomley tomorrow, taking advice what Khan is saying, further discussion progress on inquiring objects.
Yes.
Now, do you agree that that shows that the murder investigation, at least then, was concerned about hijacking of the Lawrence family?
No, I can't, because it's come from a senior officer and they make their own decisions, so I can't.
Yes, but you can see how that appears to have been the focus of the murder investigation at this point.
No, that's up to the senior officers. They obviously make those decisions.
I want to now move on to the 30th of June 1993, which is the date on which Baroness Sear from the All Parliamentary Group on Race and Community requested a meeting with Commissioner Condon to discuss concerns about the way in which the investigation into Stephen Lawrence's murder was being conducted. Commissioner Condon, in turn, requested a briefing note, which was then produced by Detective Superintendent Whedon. And now I want to bring up that briefing note, which is at UCPI 50-38242. And I want to go to page 2. Penultimate paragraph, please, if we could have that up. And if we just take a moment to read that. If you could let me know when you've read it.
Yes, I've read it.
Thank you. Would you agree that there were generally a large number of friends, relatives, or apparently self-appointed representatives present, sometimes 20 or more, who had their own points of view or requests to make?
No.
Would you agree that why do you disagree with it?
Because there wouldn't have been, there was a lot of people there on the Saturday, but then when I went other times, there certainly weren't that amount of people in the house at all. Sometimes it might have just been Baroness Lawrence's sister or whatever, or Neville or whatever, but certainly not all these people.
Would there have been occasions where there were numbers approaching that?
No. Only the main on the Saturday was when I saw the most people there.
And would you say that was approaching 20?
To be honest, I can't recall, but I do know there was a lot of people in the house on the Saturday. That's why it was confusing as to who were relatives and who were friends or who were outside agencies.
Thank you. And I want to go on to page 4 now. Paragraph 2. Just let me know when you've had a chance to read that.
I've read it.
Thank you. Now, the assertion there that the Lawrence family have made full use of the media coverage to voice their criticism of police, and it does appear that their grief and anxieties are to some extent being exploited. Do you recall, or do you consider that was an accurate portrayal of how the murder investigation team felt?
Obviously, these are notes from the senior officers, so they would have made the decisions on the content of that report.
Yes, but I'm asking you from your involvement with the murder investigation team meetings, whether you think that's reflective of how the team felt.
No, that's incorrect.
But if that is accurate, would you agree that the murder investigation team might have felt pressure to understand who was driving that narrative?
No, not at all.
Why do you say that?
Because obviously we were dealing with a murder inquiry, and any information that came in was disseminated by the senior officers, so they made the decision as to how the murder inquiry would be led.
But might they have made the decision that they wanted to ask Special Branch who these intermediaries were?
I can't answer that for the senior officers, no.
But your view is that they wouldn't have that incentive because that wasn't
I can't answer that. I've got no idea. Because I obviously we would go to a meeting, the senior officers would then have their own meetings, which I wouldn't be part and parcel of.
Thank you. Now, I think your evidence is that you left the murder investigation in or around August or September 1993.
I did.
And we know in June 1994, Detective Superintendent Weedon handed over to Detective Superintendent William Ilsley, and he drafted a briefing note in which Mr. Khan was described as closely linked to the ARA, having interposed himself between the Lawrence family and the police within hours of the murder, and has turned the case into a political bandwagon. Now, Detective Superintendent Weedon, in his statement to this inquiry, considers it likely that you may be the source for some of the content of this briefing note. So, first of all, do you agree with Mr. Weedon's characterisation that the case had been turned into a political bandwagon?
No, I don't, because I can't speak for Mr. Weedon.
But you accept that the MPS's knowledge of some of those who attended the Lawrence family home was likely derived from your written action or update sheets?
Only from the Saturday when I reported on those outside agencies.
In your interview with Mr. Ellison, you said that you thought Mr. Lawrence might have been have been taken over a little bit by Imran Khan. Do you agree with that now?
Imran Khan was appointed as their solicitor, and Mr. Lawrence was guided by what Mr. Khan had. He took their solicitor's advice, so I can't speak for his opinion.
Thank you. I just want to conclude with a few questions about practice before I turn to some of HN43's evidence. So it's right, isn't it, that once you submitted an action update sheet, you did not recall what was done with that information?
No,
And you were not aware of any systems or instruction which prevented information obtained through family liaison being disseminated to Special Branch
no,
or to the SDS
no,
or to other parts of the
no.
MPS? And you say that information was recorded solely for the murder inquiry, but that was your understanding rather than something you could verify once the action update sheet had gone into the
That's
investigation
correct.
system.
Yes.
Now, in relation to Peter Francis suggesting that he was given a list from the FLOs at the Lawrence family home and tasked to check visitors' political affiliations, you cannot positively say that information you recorded did not contribute to that list.
No, I didn't. I didn't make a list of any names.
No, but you can't say whether your information could have informed that list. It could have been written by someone else using your information.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. But if information was obtained through family liaison and used for that purpose, and by purpose I mean to check the political affiliations of those around the Lawrence family and to politically profile them, that would have been a serious breach of the family's trust, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
I now want to turn to the last part of my questioning, which just relates to Peter Francis's evidence as given orally to this inquiry. Now, we don't need to go to it, but I'll just read out what he says. It's UCPI 5040191, page 153, 1602 to 1602-32. And it says, the family liaison officer who was in Stephen Lawrence's house was taking all the details of all the family members who were there, all the visitors who actually gave their details. This was then passed to the area special branch. The area special branch then passed it through the special branch to the special demonstration squad, and we were asked to comment on these individuals, whether or not, in their words, they were politicos or what, or who they were. Now, assuming for a moment that he was right, that some information filtered through the investigation through to special branch and to the SDS, are you able to comment at all on whether that would have been the likely route it would have taken?
No, because all the information I gave, as I said earlier, was just put into the information room. What happened afterwards, I don't know.
So, Mr. Francis might be right, he might be wrong, you just can't say.
I can't say.
Thank you. Do you have any comment on his assertion that special branch officers would generally be able to look through the actions of an investigation that interested them without being questioned? Just for the record, that's what he says at page 159, 1611.20 to 1612.09.
I can't answer for him.
Thank you. Do you have any view on comments from Mr. Francis that his view was that there must have been a direction for families and officers to decide to take the names of people visiting the Lawrence family home?
There was no direction. I just took the names of those that were there on the Saturday. But other than that, no.
Just so I understand it, if he was right that there was a direction that came from special branch, it would have likely gone to one of your senior managers and then relayed to you. That would be the
That
ordinary
would be correct. Yeah.
And you wouldn't necessarily know where it originated
No, no.
Now, HN43 intimated that the reasons that Special Branch would have wanted the names of those at the Lawrence family home was because they did not have coverage of Panther UK or the Nation of Islam, and that there was a deep-seated racist feeling that the family would be totally led by the groups, that they would not be able to run their own campaign. First, do you agree with the assumption that the family would be influenced by visitors?
No, I can't answer that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sir, that concludes my question at this stage. It's 10 minutes to 11. There may be some Rule 10s, and the break was due to be at 11.
Would it be sensible then to have a break of 15 minutes to permit that to happen? If you need a little longer, by all means take it.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there are a few Rule 10s arising, but they are relatively limited, if I may. Thank you. Ms Holden, I just want to cover three areas. First of all, I just want to ask you a question about Sunday, the 25th of April 1993. You said in your evidence that you didn't attend on that day. And I just want to read out one of the Rule 10s to see if that triggers your memory. It may not. But it is that Holden attended the family home on the Sunday with D.S. Bevan as she met Mr. Khan on that day and asked questions of Mr. Lawrence about a hat and gloves being found at the scene which upset Mr. Lawrence. I don't know if that triggers your memory in any way.
Yes, it does. I apologise. Yes, I did go there on the Sunday with the glove, yes.
Thank you very much. Second, I just want to go into some detail about the intermediaries or the groups around the Lawrence family. Did you have any views of their intent?
No.
And would race or ethnicity at that point have had any impact upon your suspicions?
None at all, no.
Do you recall explaining to the Lawrence family why you wanted to know who was around them?
Yes, I did, yes. As I explained earlier, when you're a family liaison officer and you're dealing with tragic circumstances, and even in any other matters when you're dealing with families, sometimes families don't always want outside people or agent or relatives or whatever to know what is immediately going on. So you just want to make sure that before you give any information out from police purposes, that the family are happy with that.
Do you feel that the family were happy with the questions you and Mr. Bevan were asking?
I felt at the time, yes.
Do you accept now, having looked at their evidence, that they weren't?
No, they were not happy, no.
And do you think communication could have improved that, had they had the family liaison role communicated more clearly to them?
We did explain to them from the first time that I met the family. I didn't see Mrs. Lawrence, Baroness Lawrence, on the first day, but I explained to Mr. Lawrence exactly what our role was as family liaison officers.
On reflection, do you think it would have been important or helpful to repeat that to Baroness Lawrence?
Yes, when I met her, which was the first time at the mortuary, I explained what my role was, and as far as I was aware, that she understood.
I've just been asked whether you, or one of the Rule 10s has requested whether you have any information about a series of names or would have known those names, whether they would have meant anything to you at the time. So I'm just going to read them out, and if you can just tell me whether they trigger your memory, if you would have known them at the time. Peter Francis?
No.
Trevor Morris?
No.
Robert Lambert?
No.
David Hagan?
No.
Neil Richardson?
No.
Andy Davey?
No.
Andy Coles?
No.
Thank you. And then I just want to ask your view again, focusing on Mr. Fisher, the Racial Incidents Unit Officer and spotter at the 8th of May Welling demonstration. Do you have any view on the appropriateness of an officer tasked to support the victims of a racist crime to go undercover to spot protesters about racist crime on a demonstration?
That would not have been something that I would have had any involvement in, so I can't answer that one.
Thank you very much. Those were the only Rule 10 questions that I wanted to ask. So, sir, that does conclude the questions for this witness.
Is there any re-examination?
No, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Can you help me with two things, please?
So,
First, the role of the family liaison officer is, if you could explain it to me, precisely what?
the role of a family liaison officer is to assist any family, not necessarily with murders.
Yes.
to ensure if there's a big inquiry or whatever, to ensure that their needs are looked after and that any police procedures that they are explained to them. And as a port of call, that if they needed anything, you know, if they needed direction for assistance or help, or they needed any advice, we were there to support their needs.
I wonder if you could be asked to look, please, at UCPI 603258. This is a record of an interview with you on the 18th of October 2013. And if you could turn, please, to page 13. Would you look towards the bottom of that page, beginning from line 17 onwards? Just read to the bottom if you would.
Yes.
And then over the page, the next 3 lines.
Yes.
It looks as though, on reading that you were telling Miss Morgan that you learnt and reported the names of those that you encountered at the Lawrence's house, not only on the Saturday but on subsequent days.
Yes, if there were people there that I hadn't already taken the names of,
Yeah,
yes,
yes.
I would. But yeah.
So, throughout your time as family liaison officer with the Lawrences, you noted and reported back the names of those who visited them.
Yes, if it was necessary, yes, but I didn't write them down at the time with the Lawrences. That would be from memory when
Yes.
I got back.
Okay. And what was the purpose of reporting back the names to the incident room?
It was just for the information purposes for the inquiry team and for the senior officers to let them know who we had encountered at the address for no other reason.
Do you know why they wanted that information?
I wasn't directed to take the names. It was just part of the inquiry that we could say that we'd been there and this person was there, or that, so that if they weren't relatives, that's all.
Was this normal practice as family liaison officer, or was it unusual?
No, perhaps I don't know what other family liaison officers
No,
do.
in your experience.
In my experience, yes, I would have done it on any other
So
inquiry.
as far as you're concerned, this was simply normal practice?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions arising out of that? No. Thank you very much for coming and telling me about your experiences all those years ago. I'm very grateful to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Should I rise now while the next witness is invited to come in?
Yes, please, sir.
Yep.
Please repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You've provided one signed witness statement to the inquiry. If we could have that up on screen, please. UCPI 5039371, tab A1 of the bundle. You should have it in front of you. It consists of 23 pages and it's signed on the last page, dated the 16th of October 2025. Is that your statement?
Yes, it is.
Can you confirm that the contents of your witness statement are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I can.
Thank you. That puts the whole of your witness statement into evidence. I'd like to briefly take you through your career history. You joined the Metropolitan Police Service as a uniformed officer based in Woolwich in 1963, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
From 1965, you worked as a detective constable in CID in South East London.
That's correct.
In 1970, you were promoted to sergeant, dealing with serious organised crime, and then on to SO9, investigating serious crime, dealing with various police forces, until you were promoted to inspector in 1977.
That's correct.
As inspector, you ran the Chelsea burglary squad and worked in the SO8 flying squad until you were promoted to detective chief inspector in 1982 and put in charge of CID at Greenwich Eltham Police Station, where you investigated several murders.
That's correct.
In the 80s, you also acted as the police advisor to the Home Office Prison Department and worked at SO11, dealing with criminal intelligence, where you were promoted to superintendent in 1987.
That's correct.
And in SO11, you undertook major intelligence operations, including kidnap, blackmail, and product contamination management.
That's correct.
I don't need any specifics, but whilst in SO11, did you liaise much with Special Branch?
No.
You were then transferred to SO10, Covert Operation Unit in 1990, dealing with sensitive operations and managing undercover policing.
Yes.
And again, same, no specifics, but in SO10, did you have much liaison with Special Branch?
No.
In 1991, you were promoted to Chief Superintendent.
Yes.
And you say at paragraph 2 of your witness statement that you were the senior detective in South East London with the responsibility of managing approximately 200 to 250 officers, supervising all major crime in the area. And you go on to say that it was difficult to convey the extraordinary onerous demands that were made of me and my team, who had to cope with inadequate resources. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it right you then remained in this role until you retired from the MPS in April 1995?
That's correct.
So it's right to say, isn't it, that you spent a considerable part of your 30-year career as a detective in charge of investigations into serious crime, including murder?
Yes, correct.
At the time of Stephen Lawrence's murder on the 22nd of April 1993, you were a detective chief superintendent and the senior CID officer on 3 area.
I was.
And what areas of London did 3 area cover?
South East London.
You state in paragraph 2 of your witness statement that at the time, among other duties, you were supervising approximately 10 other murder investigations.
That's correct.
As well as the area crime squad, child protection team, surveillance, the Force Intelligence Bureau, and historic case reviews. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did your role supervising the various murder investigations entail?
Well, very much that I relied very much on the detective superintendents, the SIOs, who would be dealing with the day-to-day issues on murder investigations, and I would have an overview. So I didn't actually get involved in the investigation at all.
So you weren't involved in the nitty-gritty of the decision-making?
No, I certainly wasn't.
And did the investigation teams only come to you with, for example, issues or resourcing problems?
Exactly that.
Did you attend the incident rooms of the murder investigations you were supervising?
I used to try, if possible, once a week, yes.
Once a week. So in terms of the Stephen Lawrence investigation, would you say you tried to attend about once a week?
I would have thought so, yes.
And whilst you were in the incident room, there, what was your main function? What were you doing?
Well, I was basically listening to the office, because I used to go to the office meetings. So I'd know when the office meetings were, and I would be listening to what was being said and what was being discussed, and really just having a general overview of what was going on.
I want to ask you just about the Stephen Lawrence investigation team.
Yes.
So the Detective Superintendent Ian Crampton was initially appointed as the SIO on the 22nd of April to lead the investigation, wasn't he?
He was, yes.
He was then replaced by the Detective Superintendent Brian Whedon 4 days later on the 26th of April.
That's correct.
And Detective Superintendent Bill Mellish became the SIO in June 1994. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Detective Inspector Benjamin Bullock was the Deputy Investigating Officer from the start of the investigation. Do you recall
Yes, he
that?
was, yeah.
And was his role to support the SIO and take their place running the investigation when the SIO was not available?
He was the Deputy SIO, yes.
From your recollection, did Mr. Crampton, Mr. Whedon, Mr. Bullock keep you regularly updated on the case and when issues arose?
Yes, certainly. And we used to have meetings every Monday of all the superintendents who would go through individually what the state of the murder investigation was and resourcing and that type of thing and what was required.
I'll come back to that in a moment. Do you also recall there was an office manager, D.S. Fluke?
Yes, he was the office manager of the incident room.
And what was his role? What did he do?
He was basically, we were using Holmes, which the computer system. It was fairly new in those days, and he would be inputting actions on the computer. He would be looking after to make sure the actions were then being actioned on.
Then you had Detective Constable Holden and Detective Sergeant Bevan, and they were appointed as the family liaison officers by Mr. Crampton on the 23rd of April 93. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Ms. Holden says in her witness statement, we don't need to get it up, but if you do would like to see it, please say.
Yes.
Her witness statement at paragraph 2, that in the early 80s she had experience working in SO11, Surveillance and Intelligence Branch, and also became a surveillance instructor. She also says at paragraph 3A that she had previously worked with Mr. Crampton in SO11.
Yes.
Do you know if this previous experience played any part in the decision to appoint her as an FLO in the Stephen Lawrence investigation?
I would have thought so, but I honestly don't know.
Saying you would have thought so, why would that be relevant for the FLO role?
Because you needed someone with experience to be a family liaison officer.
But specifically in the intelligence branch, why would that be necessary for an FLO role?
Well, no, not in the intelligence branch.
Right.
It was just obviously he probably knew, well, he obviously did know her, and he thought she would be a ideal person to be a family liaison officer.
Do you recall any particular reason why D.S. Bevan became the FLO?
No idea at all.
Mr. Bevan says at paragraph 4A of his statement that he volunteered, but Mr. Crampton at paragraph 4 of his statement says he was aware that Mr. Bevan had some human awareness training and wanted someone in the role who he had previously worked with. Does that assist your recollection of why Mr. Bevan was appointed?
I have no idea.
I want to look at the family liaison officer role in general terms.
Right.
So in general terms, in murder investigations you oversaw at the time, what did the role of family liaison officer involve?
Well, to be exactly that, to go and befriend the family, find out what their needs were, to help them out and point them in the right direction if any questions that they wanted to know, and also to establish the background of the victim as best as possible and become a friend of the family, which normally happened.
Was part of their role to be a conduit then between the investigation team and the family, to provide information to them about the investigation and to transmit questions from the family?
Absolutely, yes.
You say that part of the role was to obtain background of the victim and their family. What was the purpose of that?
Well, to know what type of person he was or she was. So you can build up a picture.
So was that always done in family liaison officer roles, or only in particular circumstances?
Well, as far as I know, it was done always. That you try and find out, the type of person they were and friends, as hopefully to obtain some evidence of who might have done it.
Did the family liaison officers play, therefore, in your mind, any role in intelligence gathering? Is this what this was relevant to?
No, it's to become friends of the family and obviously try and obtain whatever information. I mean, you wouldn't go out and upset the family in any way. You would try and befriend them.
Was there any guidance or training given to the family liaisons officers before they started their role?
Well, there was, but I wasn't involved in any of it, so I honestly don't know.
And would you have expected a family liaison officer in a murder investigation to explain to the family that they were there both as a liaison but also to gain information about the background of the victim?
Well, they would be given instructions. I obviously can't remember what they were, but they would be given instructions of what to say to the family when they first meet them. I don't know, to be quite honest, exactly what was said in there.
And again, looking in general terms, would it be typical of a family liaison officer in a murder investigation to obtain details of interactions with visitors to the bereaved family's home?
Could you repeat that, sorry?
So in general terms, in murder investigations you oversaw, would it have been typical of an FLO to obtain the details of visitors to the bereaved family's home?
Well, it would if it didn't upset the family. I mean, you would do anything to support the family.
But the starting point would be to take down the names of people visiting the home.
Well, it would, yes.
And for what purpose?
Well, just for information.
So it would be considered perfectly appropriate for an FLO to do so?
Yes, if someone came to the home, it would be natural just to say, who is that?
Would it also be typical to record those names to report back to the murder investigation team?
I would have thought so.
Just to understand in what circumstances, I understand you're saying in all circumstances. So, for example, if there was no suspicion of a bereaved family's involvement in or knowledge of the murder, would a FLO still be expected to record names of those present in the home?
No. It wouldn't. I mean, I think it depends. I mean, if someone comes in who's a family member, then that's fine. But if there's loads of people that start coming in, then that would. But maybe, you would sort of think to yourself, well, who are these people?
So why would it have been interest to a murder investigation to obtain that information?
Well, it would be just... I don't know that it would be of any particular interest, but people might think it might help the inquiry. The family liaison officers, I mean, you'd have to ask the family liaison officers. I don't know. I was never put in that position. I was never a family liaison officer, so I don't know.
And again, looking in general terms for a murder investigation, could any risks arise for the investigation if those names weren't taken down or recorded by the FLO? And if there were any risks, what would they be?
It would be down to the individual officer to decide whether they took names or whether they didn't take names. I don't know that it would be a massive issue.
So moving then to the specifics of the Stephen Lawrence investigation, was your understanding that their role was intended to be the same as you've just described in general terms?
I would have thought so, yes.
And specifically to Ms. Holden and Mr. Bevan, do you recall if they were given any guidance or instructions on how to conduct their role?
I haven't the faintest idea. I mean, as I said, I was in overall charge of the murder. I didn't get involved in the day-to-day issues. You'd have to ask the SIOs or whoever the senior officer was, what the situation was.
So you wouldn't know, for example, if they were given any instruction about gathering intelligence within the home?
No.
Or whether or not they were instructed to write down the names of people visiting the Lawrence family home?
No. I wouldn't know.
Do you recall knowing if they did do that at the time?
At the time, no.
Do you recall if Mr. Bevan ever asked Dwayne Brooks for a photo of himself?
No.
Do you agree that Mr. Brooks was an innocent surviving victim of the murder at the time?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Would it be usual in a murder investigation to ask an innocent witness of a murder for a photo of themselves?
Well, unless I was in that situation, I wouldn't know. No, I don't think so.
Could we please have up UCPI 5038585, paragraph 3C3, which is on page 6. This is Linda Holden's witness statement.
Right.
And if you can see, paragraph 3 says, I never received an instruction, either written or verbal, to take a record of those who were present at the Lawrence family home. Mr. Bevan says the same thing.
Right.
If we could then have up subparagraph 4 just below. She says here, I believe I was required to update the incident room and or senior officers on relevant information regarding the family, and I considered this included the names of those present in the family home. This was for information purposes only. So do you agree that was what was expected of the FLO in this investigation?
Yes, I agree with what she says, yes.
If we could take that down, please. You've mentioned that you would attend the daily meetings of the investigation team approximately once a week.
Yes.
Were those attended by the whole team? The whole investigation team?
Well, unless they were out doing actions, yes. I mean, there would be people obviously working, but if they weren't working, then they would be at the meeting, yes.
And presumably these meetings were to update the team on the progress of the investigation and any issues that arose or actions that needed to be taken. Is that a fair summary?
That's fair summary.
Paragraph 6.1 of your statement, we've dealt with that. Do you recall if the names of visitors to the Lawrence family home were mentioned in any of the meetings you attended?
No.
Do you recall if these meetings ever included officers from outside the investigation team, for example, Special Branch?
No.
Could we please have up MPS 0749746? This is a meeting note for one of the investigation team's meetings on the 28th of April 1993. Now, I appreciate this may be very difficult for you to answer, but do you recall if you were present at this meeting?
No, I can't recall at all.
If we could just go to the bottom of page 1 where it says DC Holden, please. So you can see here next to DC Holden, it says Councillor Morse, Rose House, with family, all outside agencies. Do you know what this relates to or why it was reported?
I haven't the faintest idea.
You say at paragraph 9.1 of your statement that the only names you can recall being told about at the Lawrence family home were Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, Mrs. Lawrence's sister, Mr. Khan, who is the Lawrence's lawyer,
Yes.
And Baroness Rosalind Howells.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
what was the relevance to the murder investigation of reporting the names of Mrs. Lawrence's sister, or Baroness Rosalind Howells, which I presume is what the reference here is on this meeting note, Rose Howells? What would be the relevance to the murder investigation team of reporting that?
I didn't report that to anyone. I had meetings with the Lawrences when the family liaison broke down. So I wasn't family liaison officer. I was just having meetings each week with them, and that they were present.
Mike,
I was just asked, who was present.
my question is, as the officer overseeing the investigation, what would be the purpose, from your point of view, of reporting those names in a meeting minute?
I didn't report their names in a minute.
But from your perspective, as a person overseeing the murder investigation and taking in relevant information to assist in that investigation, is this the kind of thing you would expect to see in a meeting note? And if so, what would be the purpose of it?
I honestly don't understand your question. I was asked to write, from my statement, I was asked to write a statement, and these were the people that I remember seeing there. I was just saying who was there.
When you say people you remember seeing there, as I understood it, you never went to the Lawrence family home, is that right?
Never, no.
So when we've listed the names that you recall, is those names of people you saw or people who were reported to you as being at the family home?
I think we're getting mixed up here. I had a meeting when the Lawrence, Mr. Khan, I think, had phoned me up and said, asked me if I could meet the family, which
yes.
obviously I would meet the family. He didn't want me to go to their homes, but to go to Plumstead Police Station. And I said, fine. And when I went to Plumstead Police Station with Chief Superintendent Philpott, who was the man in charge of Plumstead, or the officer in charge of Plumstead, these were the people who were at the meeting.
Thank you. If we could take that down. As you are now aware,
Yes.
an SDS undercover officer, Peter Francis, has stated that he was provided with a list of names he was told came from the family liaison officers at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, who recorded who was at the home. And Peter Francis says he was then tasked with going through the notes of reports of other UCOs trying to find the names on the list provided to him by his DCI. Peter Francis also says he was tasked with this to find out if any of the visitors had particular political affiliations. Now, you say at paragraph 10 of your witness statement that you first became aware of Mr. Francis on television in 2013. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And is it right that at the time you were aware that Special Branch used undercover officers but were not aware of the SDS?
I assumed that I had nothing to do with Special Branch. I had no dealings with Special Branch whatsoever. But that would be something that they would be looking at because they were dealing with public order. So I assumed that there would be undercover officers dealing with public order.
But you didn't know the name of the SDS at the time, is that right?
I've never heard of the SDS in Special Branch, and I've never heard of Peter Francis before.
Just in relation to other SDS officers, have you ever, at the time, were you aware of an officer called Trevor Morris?
No.
Robert Lambert?
No.
David Hagan?
No.
Neil Richardson?
No.
Andy Davey?
No.
Or Andy Coles?
No.
Mrs. Holden states in her statement that following her attempt at the family home, she would make a record of who was present at the address and complete an action or update sheet.
Right.
And she accepts that if there was a list provided to Mr. Francis, it could have derived from her notes. Do you accept that? That's possible?
Well, I obviously it's possible. I know nothing about it.
And is it right that all intelligence gathered by the team would ultimately be recorded on the home's computer system? Is that right?
Yes.
And was that always by way of action sheet or meeting minute?
I think it could be both.
verbal updates?
No, you'd have to make a message of it.
And is it right that Mr. Fluke, the office manager, would then type up those action sheets onto the home system? Is that right? Or do you not know?
Yes, I think that's his role, yes, because he was the only person, one of the only people at that particular time who actually dealt with the computer, the home system. He was there for.
And is it right that then Mr. Bullock would then review those actions?
Well, I assume so. You're asking me things I honestly can't answer. I just assume that that's what they would be doing, yes.
And again, have you got any knowledge of whether Mr. Crampton and Mr. Whedon would also review the actions, or is that again an assumption?
Well, it's just something that I assume they would do, yes, but I don't know.
And if it was thought that an action needed to be taken because of intelligence put on the home system, who would make that decision?
That would be the office manager. That would be Bullock.
The deputy CIO.
The deputy CIO, who would go to Whedon or Crampton and ask and tell them.
Did you ever review any action sheets on the home system?
No.
Do you recall if any action sheets from the FLOs were ever brought to your attention at the time?
No.
Could we have up your statement, please? It's UCPI 39371, page 21, start at paragraph 13. So starting with paragraph 13, you say, I was not aware of any formal limitations on those within the MPS who would be given access to information as part of the murder investigation. Could you just elaborate, please, on what you mean by that?
Well, it's what I'm saying. I wasn't aware of any limitations on those in the police who would be given access to information on part of the murder investigation. I don't understand what you want me to say.
Let's look at it in a bit more detail. If we could go to paragraph 13.2, please. So if you go to the third line down, it says, my understanding is that an officer working on the SCOD would be aware of the paramount importance of keeping information they became privy to during the murder investigation confidential.
Yes.
This was to avoid misinformation being disseminated outside the inquiry, including to the family, and to ensure the investigation was not prejudiced. I believed it was paramount to minimise the threat of any leaks to, e.g., the media.
Yes.
Do you know if a direction was given to officers working on the murder investigation in those terms, or would they have just known that from training?
They would have known that from training.
And when, with that understanding, does that mean that they were not to inform anyone about the investigation outside the investigation team, i.e. other officers in the Met?
Absolutely.
You then go on to say the home system was also confidential to the office manager. And it goes over the page. I do not believe he could access any other murder inquiries on homes. So when you say it was confidential to the office manager, do you mean that he was the only one with access to it, or could other people access the home system?
Other people could access it who were in the incident room.
Who were in the incident room?
Yeah.
Was there a password on it, do you know?
Honestly, don't know.
So in order to get access to it, would you have to be in the incident room?
Yes.
And was the incident room then locked?
Oh, yes.
So in order for anyone outside the investigation team to get into the room, they'd need to have permission to go in, is
Absolutely,
that right?
Yes.
And would they need permission for anybody in particular to go into the incident room and access the home's system? Are you an officer for outside the investigation team?
Yes, they would. Yeah.
Who would they need permission from?
They would need a permission from the office manager.
You can take that. In fact, could we go to paragraph 8.1 of his witness statement? Page 11. So you can see here, fourth line down, had Mr. Whedon considered it appropriate to liaise with Special Branch regarding any aspect of his investigation, I believe he would have drafted a restricted intelligence report for Special Branch and discussed this with myself in the first instance. Thank you. Now, I'll come back in a moment to what would have been done if the murder investigation team considered it necessary to provide Special Branch with information. But if the investigation team were approached by Special Branch asking for information from the Lawrence investigation, what would be the procedure for that?
Well, you wouldn't give it. Special Branch were, as it says, a special branch. They weren't part of the Metropolitan Police, although they were part of the Metropolitan, but they weren't part of the day-to-day running of the Metropolitan Police, and we would need authority from the DAC Osland, who would have been the area man in charge, or the Commander Ops.
So this is not a decision that the SI could make on their own?
No.
And would it have been a formal written request for information?
It would have been, yes.
And if that had happened on the investigation team, you would have expected to have been aware of it?
Absolutely.
Do you recall that ever happening?
No.
Could we please have UCPI 5040191? This is Peter Francis's transcript of evidence from the 1st of December 2025. If we go to page 158, starting at line 21, into page 159, line 18. If Mr. Ilsley, you have just a read of that.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I think it'll be highlighted in a moment. So
oh, yes, I've got it, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we have the next page? Thank you. Have you got that?
Yes.
Thank you. So this is Peter Francis describing his experience of being the three-area liaison officer in Special Branch before he joined the SDS. Does that accord with your understanding of how Special Branch officers were able to operate with regards to murder investigations?
No.
Do you know if this ever happened in the Stephen Lawrence investigation?
No, it never happened.
Thank you. Can we take that down? You mentioned earlier that you would hold a weekly meeting at your office in the Catford police station. Is that right? Where you had all the detective superintendents in three areas.
That's correct.
And they were there to update you on their murder investigations. Yes. About how many detective superintendents would attend that meeting?
Well, I think there was 5 detective superintendents there, yeah.
The first of those meetings during the Stephen Lawrence investigation was on the 26th of April 1993, to which Mr. Crampton and Mr. Whedon attended. And I appreciate this, again, might be a very difficult question, but do you recall that meeting?
Yeah.
You say at paragraph 3 of your statement that you cannot recall what was specifically discussed about the Lawrence family during the weekly meetings, but you believe you discussed both the investigation and the issues around family liaison.
Yes.
Is that right? Do you recall if any of those issues were raised at that initial meeting, or can you not remember?
I can't remember.
So presumably at some point in those weekly meetings, those issues were raised.
Yes.
Do you recall what was discussed about the family liaison issues in those meetings?
Not really. I mean, it was obviously a very difficult inquiry. And I think the family liaison officers were giving as much information as they could, but I think they were finding it difficult.
Do you recall if the names of visitors to the family home were discussed during those meetings?
No,
As in you don't recall, or they weren't?
I don't recall, and I don't think they were, because all we knew at that particular time was that there were a lot of anti-racist groups who were getting involved. I think that's about it. It wasn't affecting the murder investigation at all. I mean, all we were worried about was the actual murder investigation.
I will come back to it in more detail later, but it's right, isn't it, that the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence and the family liaison officers deteriorated quite quickly into the investigation. Is that fair?
It was difficult, yes.
And it led to you taking over as the liaison on the 6th of May 1993. Is that right? So it's about 2 weeks into the investigation.
About 2 weeks into the investigation, yes, I took over, yes.
Thank you. And you also say in your statement that by that stage it was apparent that the relationship with Stephen Lawrence's family was already in crisis. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Could we have Mr. Ilsley's statement back up, please? Page 10, paragraph 7.1. So you say here, I believe I was aware from fairly early on in the murder investigation that anti-racist groups were providing support to the Lawrence family. However, I had no detailed understanding of those groups, nor was I aware of the names of the specific organisations that were attending the Lawrence family home.
Yes.
Do you recall when exactly you first became aware that the family were being supported by the anti-racist groups?
Fairly early on, but I can't recall exactly when.
Would you agree before you took over the role as FLO on the 6th of May?
Yes, it would have been, because I think that was one of the great problems that they were having, the family liaison officers.
And could you say whether these problems were raised with you in the first meeting you had on the 26th of April with your detective superintendent? Can you recall if it was raised that early on?
No, I honestly can't remember. I honestly don't know.
Do you recall if any of the groups were mentioned in any of the daily investigation team meetings you attended?
No, because it wasn't. I mean, basically, all we were concerned about was doing the murder. I mean, what we were worried about, obviously, the most important thing was to solve the murder.
And do you remember who told you about the groups attending the family home?
Well, it would have been Brian Whedon, I assume.
And do you recall the context in which that information was provided to you? Why was he telling you about the groups?
Well, explaining why the difficulty of the family liaison officers were having.
And what was that difficulty?
Well, that the the Lawrences didn't think the family liaison officers were senior enough to provide the information they wanted.
But what did that have to do? So I'm asking about the groups who were attending the home. And you said that they were, as I understood it, that they were a part of the difficulty. So what was told to you about the difficulty relating to the groups? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
And from your perspective, did the groups have any relevance to the murder investigation?
No.
Do you recall if the family liaison officers were ever instructed to gather intelligence on the groups attending the Lawrence's home?
I think you're asking the wrong person. It's the SIO who was dealing with it. I was just I was there to support them.
Of course.
But the SIO would be doing the day things. I mean, you're asking me things that basically I wasn't aware of, or I might have been aware of, but I wasn't sure where it came from.
Were you, the investigation team, as far as you were aware, interested in the political affiliations of those attending the Lawrence home?
No.
As in, you don't recall, or they weren't interested?
All we were concerned about was the murder investigation. I assume these people are the same type of people who would go to anything that they could, try and assist.
Could we go to paragraph 3, please, page 4? So it's the end of the paragraph, about 8 lines up to from the bottom where it says the family were incredibly important.
Yes.
So you say here, the family were incredibly important, and given we were experiencing difficulties, I imagine this was a topic of conversation, especially as we learned that the family was surrounded by anti-racist groups who, generally speaking, were anti-police.
Yes.
So why do you say that the family were a topic of conversation, especially because of the anti-racist groups?
Well, because we felt that they were hindering the family liaison officers.
In what way?
Because you didn't have a normal relationship with the family liaison, with the family, as you would do. Normally, as I said, you would go in and you become friends with the family, and you'd help them out and try and look after their needs. But because there was a lot of people surrounding them, this wasn't allowed to happen.
You also mention here that generally speaking, these groups were anti-police. Where did you obtain that information from? How did you know that?
Well, it's just general knowledge.
Was this of concern to the murder investigation team?
No, we were just... our concern was investigating the murder, nothing else.
Was there any relevance as well to the murder investigation team that the fact that these groups were anti-racist?
Well, not really, no.
Was there any sense in the investigation team that they were concerned about the groups being anti-police because that may affect the investigation and the Met's reputation?
It didn't cross my mind.
Even in the context of the media attention that the case brought?
Yes.
Were the investigation team, from your recollection, concerned about the risk of public disorder relating to these groups?
They could well be, but this would be... Public order wasn't under our remit. Our remit was to investigate the murder. This would be dealt with by the uniform branch.
Could we go, please, to paragraph 9 of your statement, page 13, about 9 lines down? So here you are referring to DS Bevan's Operation Hearn interview that you have been reading, and you say here that he confirmed he made no records whatsoever of anyone's names present at the address. He recalls the ANC and the ARA were present, and then he says Miss DS Bevan asserts that he almost definitely would have passed on intelligence in relation to additional people at one of our meetings, which we held on a regular basis, where everyone could update people on what they were doing, and that would have been very, very much. I would have felt that important to relay that information to the rest of the team if the family had been, in inverted commas, hijacked by different factions trying to make a political point or intending to make a political point, as of course they have, because 20 and a half years later down the line we're still going. Do you recall at the time any sense in the investigation team that the Lawrence family had been hijacked by the anti-racist groups attending the home, trying to make a political point?
Right. I can't answer that. I don't know.
Do you recall that ever been brought to your attention as an issue as your role in supervising the investigation?
Well, the groups were interfering with the family liaison situation, and that's why I assume that the family didn't want the family liaison officers, didn't want them coming to their home, and that's why we had meetings, and we had meetings at Plumstead Police Station.
Was there any concern amongst the investigation team that Lawrence's needed protection from these left-wing groups? Do you recall that?
No. Bearing in mind that the Lawrence, Mr. Khan was with Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence all the way through, and I would assume that he would be, looking after their interests.
Could we please have up MPS 074994? As we've touched on previously, you've explained that there was a point where the relationship with the FLOs and the Lawrence family was in crisis.
Yeah.
So if we could just go to page 24 first, please. So you can see at the bottom here, this is a letter dated a printout of a letter dated the 30th of June 1993 from Baroness Sear of the All-Parliamentary Group on Race and Community,
Yes.
sending a letter requesting a meeting with the Commissioner Condon to discuss concerns about the way in which the investigation into Stephen Lawrence murder was being conducted. Do you recall that?
No.
Can we go to page 1, please? And you can see here, this is a briefing note that Mr. Whedon produced for the Commissioner. It's dated the 13th of July 1993.
Yes.
We could go to page 2, paragraph 3, under Victim Family Police Liaison, if you want to just read that first paragraph.
Yes, I agree with that.
And if we could also go to page 3 and the final paragraph, if you just see the third line down, the Lawrence family have made full use of the media coverage to voice their criticism of police, and it does appear that their grief and anxieties are to some extent being exploited.
Yes.
Did you have sight of this briefing note at the time? Do you remember?
I obviously did, because it's addressed to me, yes.
And does the paragraphs you read, does that accord with your recollection at the time of the investigations team view of the family and their supporters?
Yes.
In terms of the family were being exploited by the anti-racist groups attending their home?
I think that was yes.
And why did the investigation team think they were being exploited by them?
I mean, it's in the fact that there was a lot of publicity about it, and the fact that we were having such difficulty with the family liaison.
So from the investigation team's point of view, these anti-racist groups were effectively a problem for the murder investigation team. Was that the perception?
They weren't a problem for the investigation team, because the investigation team were concentrating on investigating the murder. That they were a problem as far as the family liaison with the Lawrences.
Looking back now,
Yes.
would you agree that assessing those supporting the Lawrences, who are considered to be anti-racist and anti-police, as a problem or potential source of criticism of the police, risked overlooking the fact that this was a family of a black victim murdered in a racist attack being helped by these groups?
Well, I accept. I mean, it was a very tragic murder, obviously. Anyone who loses a child, it's awful, and particularly a racist crime. But with the investigation, a major part of the investigation is to have a good family liaison people. And when you've got plenty of people around there, it's very difficult to have a proper family liaison. And they were obviously, these groups were obviously who would jump on any bandwagon, from what I could see.
Do you recall if this perception of the groups was ever transmitted to any department outside of the investigation team, for example, Special Branch?
No.
You don't recall, or it wasn't?
Well, as far as I was concerned, it wasn't.
If it was suggested to you that the assumption that the Lawrence family were being hijacked or exploited by these anti-racist groups, and that this was a problem, was because the Lawrences were a black family, would you agree?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
If it was suggested to you that the assumption that the Lawrence family were being exploited by these groups who were anti-racist and anti-police and were a problem, was because the Lawrences were a black family and, for example, needed protecting from them.
Yes.
Would you accept that?
Yes.
Do you recall being informed about any marches or protests or demonstration seen as related to the murder of Stephen Lawrence at the time?
Well, the only one was the Welling riots. Yes, that was the only one that I can recall. Yes.
And do you recall any concern being raised with you about any public disorder relating to the groups attending the Lawrence family home?
No, I don't. And as I said, this wouldn't be anything to do with the murder investigation. This would be dealt with by the uniform branch. This would be dealt with by Commander Ops or the DAC, Osland.
Would you have expected, if there was any concern that arose about public disorders, for that to be recorded on homes as part of the murder investigation file or not?
Well, it could, yes, it probably would be.
Could we have up MPS 0749745, please? If we could go just below visited victim support scheme. And it says here, rumours are rife that marches are planned for this week, but nothing concrete. And this appears to be a meeting note from the 27th of April 1993. Now, I appreciate that you did not write this.
No.
But from your understanding of the way in which a murder investigation works, why would something like that be reported in a murder investigation? And in particular, this one?
I can't answer it. I don't know.
Because you can see there's no suggestion of any public disorder recorded there, is there?
No.
Could it have been recorded on the basis of concern of public disorder, or is that something you couldn't comment on?
I can't comment on it.
If we could take that down, please, and have up MPS 0749746. So this is a meeting note from the next day, the 28th of April 93. If we could go to page 2, please. So the top line, we can see here it being reported that Dwayne Brooks to be seen at 12:30, Ray Brooks, father, sensible, Neville Lawrence, father, sensible. Again, in all these questions, I appreciate that you did not write this, but from your understanding of a murder investigation, what would be the relevance for this to be reported about the fathers of victims of a racist murder being sensible? Why would that need to be reported?
I haven't the faintest idea. I don't know.
Would that be considered usual for officers to be commenting on the characters of victims' fathers in a meeting? Is that normal?
Well, it's not normal, no.
And then if we could just zoom out, please. Third line down there, meeting 2 p.m. at Town Hall, Youth Against Racism. Lawrence's refused to attend. Again, what relevance would that have to the murder investigation?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the officers.
So you don't recall this?
No.
Thank you, that can come down. Do you recall a PC Alan Fisher being appointed to the investigation team at the very beginning?
I've never heard of him.
Could we please have MPS 0721953, please? This is Alan Fisher's witness statement that he gave to Operation Hearn on the 6th of February 2014. If we could go to page 2, please. If we could zoom in at line 8, I'll read it out. It's quite difficult to read the handwriting. Line 8, he says, it was around 1990 when I was aware of potential posting as a racial incidents officer for the Greenwich Division. I applied and was successful and took up the post in 1990. If you then go to the bottom of page 2 into page 3, it says, in the April of 1993, following the murder of Stephen Lawrence, I was seconded to the original 3-area AMIP team, which assumes this murder investigation. He says very quickly he and another officer attended the home address of the Lawrence family. Does this ring any bells in terms of PC Alan Fisher's role in the investigation team with you?
I've never heard of him before, and this means nothing to me.
I will quickly explain to you what he says in his witness statement, so you're aware.
Okay.
So in page 3, he also says he commenced the role of family liaison officer. He says he retained the role for 1 or 2 days until 2 officers from the AMIP team took over, and that's Holden and Bevan.
Okay.
He also says at the bottom, 12 lines up from the bottom of page 3, however, I was subsequently tasked by the management team to conduct linked inquiries with Special Branch. He says I was asked, this took the form of an action request to Apologies. Limited, thank you. Limited took the form of an action request to contact Special Branch with the names of identified suspects we had obtained. Does that ring any bells with you?
None at all, no.
That can come down, thank you. I'm going to bring up a series of messages that PC Fisher was involved in, just to ask your understanding of the relevance of the information that was provided.
Okay.
Can we start with MPS 0749971, please? So the date at the top there, as we understand it in the inquiry from 2003, is not correct for the content of the message. If we could zoom in on the content, please. And the inquiry understands from the context of this report and the message number that this was during the investigation in 1993, during PC Fisher's time. And you can see here he's reported News Team, and Mr. Mark Wadsworth was employed in current affairs at Thames TV, now believed employed for Carlton or freelance. He's an active member of the Anti-Racist Alliance. For info. Did you ever see this message at the time?
No.
Baroness Lawrence recalls Mr. Wadsworth of the ARA attending her home on the 24th of April 1993 and being involved in the Stephen Lawrence family campaign in the early days. Do you recall being told at the time that the Anti-Racist Alliance had attended the Lawrence's family home?
No.
Again, from your experience of murder investigations and this investigation, why would this information have been reported, as in terms its relevance to the investigation?
I can't answer that, I don't know.
Do you know what is meant by News Teams?
By what, sorry?
At the beginning, right at the beginning, News Teams.
No.
And do you know if there's any reason why Mr. Wadsworth being involved with Thames TV would be of any interest to the investigation team?
No.
Baroness Lawrence also recalls a Palmer Black from the ARA also visiting her home and being involved in the family campaign in the early days. Does that name ring any bells with you as being brought to your attention at the time?
No.
Do you recall ever being told that the ARA had any... there was any concern about them in terms of being a public order concern?
No.
That can come down, thank you. We can have up MPS 0749972. Another message from Mr. Fisher. The same reasons as the previous message. We believe it's in Mr. Fisher's time in the investigation team in 1993. If you'd just like to read the content of that.
Yes.
You've got that? Thank you. Again, do you recall seeing this message at the time?
No.
Now, Baroness Lawrence recalls the Anti-Nazi League attending her home on the Saturday following Stephen Lawrence's murder and being part of the family campaign. Do you recall being told about the Anti-Nazi League or any members attending the family home at the time?
No. The SIO was dealing with the day-to-day dealings with it. I just had an overview. I wouldn't know anything about this.
Thank you. If you could just look at the final sentence.
Yes.
SB informed and Chief Superintendent Filbert RA informed.
Yes.
Now, would you agree that that is Special Branch informed?
I assume so, yes.
Yeah. Do you know why Special Branch would have been informed of this information?
No.
Could that come down, please, and have up MPS 0749975? And just briefly, as I understand it from your witness statement, your recollection was that there was no liaison with Special Branch from the murder investigation team. Is that your recollection?
That's my recollection, yes, definitely.
Again, if we could zoom in the contents of this report, please. And we can see from the date within this message of a picket on the 28th of April that this message must have been around that time. And you can see at the bottom again, SO12 informed.
This would all be dealt with by the uniform branch. It would be nothing to do with the murder investigation.
If Special Branch had been informed, as it appears it has been from these messages we've been looking at, would you have expected to have been informed about that liaison at the time?
Not particularly, no. We were interested in was the murder investigation. What was going on in the public order, as I said, that was dealt with by the uniform branch, so it was completely separate.
But in terms of Mr. Fisher's role in the murder investigation team, liaising with Special Branch, that's not something you would have been informed of?
No.
And the final report to look at is MPS 074970. If we could zoom in the contents of that, please. And this, in terms of a date, appears to be prior to the 3rd of August 1993. And again, you can see at the bottom, raise action, also Special Branch.
No, I honestly can't answer it. I know nothing about it.
But have you, from your experience in overseeing murder investigations, why would Special Branch be informed of the actions of the Stephen Lawrence campaign appeal to Pickett Thames Court regarding committal proceedings be relevant to Special Branch?
I don't know.
Do you recall any issue being raised with you about public order in terms of the Stephen Lawrence campaign at the time?
No. The public order was dealt with by uniform. It wasn't. We had nothing to do with public order.
So would that be a convenient time to take a lunch break?
Certainly. We'll resume at 2.